Welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, August 7th, 2025. The time is 2:07 p.m. and we are in council chambers at 200 North Spring Street, room 340, Los Angeles, California. I am Vice President David Nash, and I'll be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners present: Bierman and Farnby. The first announcement I'd like to make is that we will potentially lose quorum at around 7 p.m. And in the event that happens, the meeting will be adjourned at that time. I'm now going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded. Therefore, we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. That also applies to the commissioners. This meeting is being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch and listen to the meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov. We will be following the agenda order for the most part. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door, along with speaker cards. Individuals who wish to address this commission must fill out a speaker's card and specify which item or items you are going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific agenda item. Please fill out a speaker card and turn it in to Irene or Josie. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. We will consider general public comment and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item, with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple items. In total, an individual speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes public comment per meeting. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and/or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment, so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any agenda item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. PowerPoint presentations presented to the commission today will be posted online and are made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 business days. Please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. I am designating authority to issue warnings for public disruptions to the city attorney in order to preserve decorum and help maintain order in the meeting. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. Item 1, we will now open general public comment and single or multiple agenda items. Speakers can address this commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide public comment for items in today's agenda. Are there any speaker cards?
Yes.
The first speaker is Damien, and it looks like Mardrin. Yes, sorry if I got that wrong.
Please state your name and which items you're speaking on.
My name is Damian Martin, co-founder of, attorney for Catalyst Cannabis Co.
I'm sorry, what items are you speaking on?
General public comment, commission business, and the report from the Los Angeles Police Department.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Commission Chair, staff, and the public. As I mentioned, my name is Damian Martin. Just as a general comment, I'd like to thank the Commission for the July 17th letter of recommendation that's being put forward to the full City Council. Man, you heard us. Thank you. My mind is blown, but you really heard us, and thank you so much. With the rest of these comments, I'd respectfully request for you to hear us again. So on the issue of enforcement, just to put it in context, and this is the LAPD on the record at the Government Operations Committee on February 4th earlier this year. This is a direct quote. They are out of the business of enforcement regarding cannabis. Now, as for the DCR, I won't even find an email because I'm sure you've heard ad nauseum that the DCR is of the position that enforcement against illegal cannabis operations is out of their purview, out of their jurisdiction, not their responsibility, so on and so forth. So look, the legal cannabis industry in the city provides the city well over $100 million into their coffers, and we're not getting the services we need in return. We're not getting protection. Every speaker that comes up here talks about a smoke shop or an illegal dispensary that's sited next to them or near them, and neither the LAPD and neither the DCR, it's not a priority for either of them. Now look, the LAPD I get. The LAPD is out there solving murders, stopping robberies, et cetera, et cetera. They're a full-fledged law enforcement agency. By contrast, the DCR claims to be the Department of Cannabis Regulation. How could you be a Department of Cannabis Regulation when you do nothing to stop illegal cannabis operation? What's disgusting about that is the DCR lives entirely off the fees from applicants, and they raise over $20 million in fees a year. Those fees, in large part, go to the Office of Finance for audits. God only knows what they're paying the LA City Attorney's Office for. It's certainly not to do anything against illegal cannabis operations. So that $20 million plus would be greatly put to use if it was allocated towards enforcement against illegal cannabis operations. But all it's allocated to do is for overpaid bureaucrats to go out, compliance inspections, audits against licensed businesses. So that's the help I'm asking for. Get the DCR's boot off our throat and get it on the throat of the illegal cannabis dispensaries that are fucking this whole thing up. Thank you. I don't normally cuss, but this is worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speaker cards?
No, we do not have any other speaker cards.
Thank you. Seeing no more, both the general public comment agenda item and the single or multiple agenda item periods are now closed. Moving on to item number 2, elective office, neighborhood council, and other public entity presentations. This is a reminder that any representatives, neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any agenda item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. Item number 3, commission business. Commissioners, you should now have an advanced calendar in front of you with future meeting dates. Please take a look and let me know if there are any planned absences from any of the commissioners.
This is Commissioner Bierman. I will not be able to attend the September 18th meeting.
This is Commissioner Farnby. I will not be able to attend the November 6th meeting.
Commissioner Farnby, can you state that again?
This is Commissioner Farnby. I'm not available for the November 6th meeting.
Thank you.
Vice President Nash does not have any planned absences at this time. Moving on to approval of minutes, we were sent the minutes of July 17th for review. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
This Commissioner Farmbee, I make the motion to approve the minutes.
Commissioner Bierman, second.
Ms. Teresa, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farnby, Commissioner Bierman.
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Moving on to future agenda requests. Commissioners, are there any future agenda requests? Hearing none, we'll move on to item number 4, report from the Los Angeles Police Department. Is there a report from the LAPD?
Go. Hey, can you guys hear? Hi. Good afternoon. I'm Detective Boyles from the Los Angeles Police Department. We got a couple slides that can you bring the closer. How about that? Better? Okay. Yep. Excuse me. I'm getting over a head cold, so I'm a little bit congested here, but I'm not contagious. I think I have a couple slides I wanted to go over. Or I can just.
I
No.
think it still kind of sounds a little, maybe if you want to bring the microphone a little bit closer.
Closer.
There
Okay.
you go.
Okay. Do you guys have the slides for the oh, here we go. Commissioners, how are you guys doing? I'm Detective Boyles from Los Angeles Police Department. I'm in charge of the cannabis, our cannabis unit. What I was going to go over is our mayor's task force, what we do, and then the stats that we've completed so far this year. Basically, when we receive complaints from the Department of Cannabis for like regulation, that gets forwarded. We have 21 divisions at LAPD, then of course narcotics. When those complaints are forwarded over there, they'll start an investigation. Our investigation includes cease and desist letters, which is the first thing that we send out to these brick and mortar locations and different complaints. We'll give them a reasonable amount of time to stop their operations. If they continue operating, then what we'll do is we'll serve a search warrant. In conjunction with the search warrant at these locations, the Department of Water and Power comes out with this, and we will disconnect utilities, and then also go out building and safety and the Los Angeles Fire Department will enforce code violations on these locations. Now, typically what will happen, and I know when we get the Q&A, we'll go over what happens to these locations after we serve search warrants. If they reopen and it becomes a continual nuisance, what we'll do is we'll, in conjunction with the Department of Building and Safety, we'll do a padlock ordinance, which what that is, we'll come in, serve the search warrant, we'll disconnect utilities again, and then we will, patients will board the windows in an attempt to stop them from reopening. That will work. That usually works. Sometimes they'll still get in after that. I can have the next slide and I'll go over enforcement stats. Excuse me. Sorry. This is the 2025 just year to date, what we've done so far. So at all of our search warrants and all of our investigations, we've seized $194,000. The cannabis seized has been 52,521 pounds. We've served 239 search warrants on illegal unlicensed cannabis locations, and also had 10 independent investigations. Well, typically what that is if you have like a burglary in the middle of the night that we're unaware of, they'll start an independent investigation. That's what those are. We've had 131 cannabis-related arrests, 26 felonies, 105 misdemeanors. With the felonies, under the previous administration, they were all referred over to the city attorney's office. I haven't followed up on all 26, but I know some felonies are being handled by the DA's office with DA Hockman now. We've had 140 utility disconnects, only 3 padlock and board ups this year. 88 cease and desist letters have gone out. This number looks low. It says 100, it has this, 50 unlicensed cannabis locations. Those are brick and mortar storefront with the green cross in front. That doesn't include cultivations, deliveries, or smoke shops. Those are just brick and mortar places that complaints come through and our investigators have confirmed are a brick and mortar location. And then with our investigations, we've recovered 30 firearms, 22 handguns, 7 rifles, and 1 other. That's what I have for my presentation right now. I know we have a lot of complaints with the legal places saying there's not enough enforcement. What I can say about that is I agree the frustration that the legal places have. The issue we're having is not enforcement. The locations are getting hit with search warrants. We average 350 search warrants a year on unlicensed locations. The issue we're having is once we arrest the people, they'll be either arrested or cited. They'll get out and then they'll go back and open up the location. There's no, I don't want to put this on somebody else. We have lack of either incarceration, fines. There's no ramifications for the bad activity, I should say. If that makes sense.
Excuse me, this is Vice President Asher.
Sorry.
Could you just say the last sentence again? I did.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's hard to hear me. There's no ramifications for bad behavior. So the guys who are opening up these shops, like say it's down the street and they're selling unlicensed cannabis, we'll go and serve a search warrant. We'll detain or arrest, cite people. We will take them to jail, but that's where this all reoccurs. They'll get out of jail, they'll go back to the location and then reopen it. And then we'll keep hitting them. We'll do a pallet report. We'll try to get a hold of the owners and we'll try and get a hold of the landlords. The problem with that is a lot of these are LLCs. They're hard to find. And when we do find a manager or somebody who is a part of the property, of course, they always say, I don't know anything about this. This was supposed to be a different type of shop. I didn't know they were selling cannabis. Typically, when that happens, we will get compliance. They'll either start the eviction process, something will happen, but by that time, that location will up and move, go to a different location. A new investigation starts again. So that's kind of where, what I call it is, it's kind of whack-a-mole. We'll hit them over here, they'll open up over here, and then we have to start a new independent investigation. And then we'll hit them over here. And the guys who are benefiting from the illegal cannabis market, there's really not a lot of punishment.
This is Vice President Ash. Is that the end of your prepared
Yes, sir.
presentation? Okay. I've got a couple questions. I think everybody does. You indicated that year to date, 2025, there have been 26 felony arrests.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what the violation is there that makes it a felony?
It's the typical violation that I'm aware of. It's called owning or operating a drug house, a drug location. So it's knowingly running or selling products that are illegal. So typically those felony filings have all been sent to the misdemeanor as a wobbler. So they'll be sent over to the city attorney's office, but I do know in Olympic Division, which is like Koreatown, they did have felony prosecution, but I have not followed up to see what the outcome of that was. But they are starting to file felonies now, or they're hope.
This Vice President Nash. Is cannabis considered a narcotic?
Sold illegally. I think under that provision, it is allowed to be filed under for that provision if it's illegal, but I might be saying the statute wrong. So
Hey, this is Vice President Nash again. I, just seeing the statistic of 26 felony charges, I was thinking that maybe they would be related to the firearms, but that's not the case.
that it could be. It's I don't have each case in front of me, and they're always different. So some of them could have been felony firearms charges also.
Thank you, Vice President Nash again. The 105 misdemeanors, what would the charge typically be there?
Mostly it's the 104.15 LEMC violation.
And that would just be selling cannabis
Yes.
illegally.
And that's the LA City citation municipal code.
Do you know off the top of your head what the maximum penalty is for that?
It's typically, it's $1,000 fine or I think 6 months in jail. Typically, the majority of those go to a fine. First offense will be a $250 fine.
And then am I correct that the maximum penalty would be $1,000 fine or 6 months in jail?
As far as my knowledge, yes, sir.
In your opinion, is that part of the problem of enforcing and shutting down illegal dispensaries, that the penalties are not stiff enough?
Yes, yes, sir, absolutely.
Would you have a recommendation as to what the penalty should be?
This has come across my desk many times. I know in other states, don't quote me which states, they kept unlicensed cannabis businesses as felonies, like running unlicensed cannabis operations. They may start like stiffer penalties, which would be like a felony charge, bigger fines, actual more than a year jail time. So, and then on top of that, if the incarceration route isn't feasible, which I know it's different for each person that can be on the books, more liens or fines against, if you can identify the property owners, if we could get a business entity, like a financial, like the city's finance, if they could do liens on properties or stuff like that, I think that would help.
Thank you. One of your statistics that you showed on the screen was that $194,000 in cash had been seized. What happens to that seizure?
It goes to it gets put in our asset forfeiture, and then if it's not recovered, like it has to go through litigation to make sure that it was seized, like that it was unlawful activity, and then after the court case is done, it goes to our asset forfeiture, and then I believe most of that money goes back to the city.
And what about the 52,521 pounds of cannabis that's seized?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
You indicated that about 52,000 pounds of cannabis was also seized.
Yes, sir.
And what happens to that? Is it the same?
It gets destroyed. We just implemented a new process. Before we'd have to book all of the cannabis and take it downtown. That's why downtown smelled like cannabis forever. We implemented something new last year where we recover over 200 pounds at one setting. We take it up to the dump and it's immediately disposed of.
There was a public comment made earlier, And I'm not going to comment on, the truth or veracity of it. I have no reason to believe one way or the other. But the speaker indicated that at some venue, the LAPD said that they're not in the business of enforcement against cannabis. Would you disagree with that comment?
Absolutely. Like I said, I understand the frustration, but I am the cannabis unit, and I send out. We have 21 narcotics divisions. When they get cannabis complaints, they're mandated to investigate when it's unlicensed cannabis, I should say.
So you're in charge of the cannabis enforcement unit. What is that unit comprised?
It's a support unit. Myself and one other person who's getting promoted. So after in 2 weeks, it'll just be me. But I coordinate with all 21 divisions about cannabis enforcement, give them updates. I coordinate with the Department of Cannabis Regulation, Building and Safety, Department of Water and Power, and the Mayor's Office and DWP. So I'm the liaison with everybody, and I give instructions to our narcotics units how to enforce cannabis. If that makes sense.
Then if I heard you correctly, the LAPD resources that are devoted exclusively to cannabis enforcement are currently 2 people, soon to be 1 person.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that is a problem?
Personally,
Yes.
it's troublesome, but yeah, it is. But
That's
I
fine.
don't want to say anything disparaging about my department, but it would be helpful if there was more help. But like I said, if there's complaints that need to be worked on, I can send them out and get work done for my units.
I've also heard that part of the problem about really cracking down on the illegal dispensaries is that the lack of personnel devoted exclusively to that task, and then the fact that the narcotics divisions have priorities, and their priorities are on what they consider to be more significant matters, including fentanyl, which causes a lot of death in the city, cocaine, heroin, et cetera, et cetera. And so when it comes down to it, they get to cannabis when they can, but there isn't a lot of opportunity to do that because of the size of the city and the other problems that we have. Is that a fairly accurate description of what tends to go on?
Yeah, I could say yes. Our narcotics units, you have to be. We have 21 different narcotics units run by 21 different captains. Each of those captains have different priorities depending on their geographic location. Some have higher, like Part 1 crime areas where their narcotics units will deal with narcotics, cannabis, and if they get pulled off to do surveillances on robbery or whatever suspects, they're doing 2 or 3 different jobs. It just depends where it's at, but I can just tell you the narcotics units across the city are stretched very thin right now. And when we're doing illegal cannabis, a lot of us are doubling up, like different areas are coming together to work on problems.
In one of your charts, you mentioned the mayor's task force that has been designed to, in my understanding, make a push at various times to shut down illegal dispensaries. Is that task force currently operating?
Yes, sir, it is. We have our ups and downs. We had with our previous deputy mayor, we were getting the ball rolling, and then he stepped away. And then now we have a new deputy mayor, so we're getting that momentum up again. So the task force has always been there, and we still communicate with each other. But as far as we're still waiting on our next meetings. I think our new deputy mayor is still getting his I guess feet wet here. If that makes sense. Because we have it's the deputy mayor of public safety who's in charge of the task force.
As you sit here today, can you recall off the top of your head the last time that the task force met?
I have a horrible memory. Probably 3 months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, we had a probably 6 weeks ago we had a phone call all together because the new deputy mayor was still in Texas. So he got us all on the phone and we just had a conversation. The last time we were in a meeting together was maybe 3 or 4 months ago.
Can you let the commission know anything that the task force is currently working on other than the existing procedures to attempt to shut down illegal dispensaries? Is there any
Update.
push, momentum, additional resources being allocated, anything like that that would give us hope that additional resources are going to be devoted to quickly shutting down a lot more illegal dispensaries?
Honestly, I can say no, we haven't, but I'm sure we're going to be getting our meetings like rolling again. It's just like I said, we have a new deputy mayor that we're still getting up to speed on everything in the city.
Thank you. For the time being, I'm going to pass along to the other commissioners. Thank you very much. I appreciate your answers. I know it's a tough situation, and I appreciate your being here and answering us candidly.
Thank you, sir.
This is Commissioner Bierman, and I just want to echo the thanks for showing up and for your team's efforts on this issue, especially given that it's you and one other person as a dedicated personnel. You're obviously playing a really important role, so it's much appreciated. I just have a question, sort of for my own knowledge, which is looking at the numbers here and the utility disconnects and trying to understand. You talked about the arrests and the sort of whack-a-mole nature of it. You all may do a search warrant, make arrests, and then folks are getting released and going back to operate locations. And I'd like to know like the interplay with the utility disconnects and once that location is sort of on your radar, maybe you've executed a search warrant, maybe you made arrests there. What's next for that location in terms of your efforts? Like what happens then?
And that's the and I'll explain with the utility disconnects. It kind of doesn't make sense where I say, hey, we disconnect the power where DWP yanks the power out and then these guys open up. What'll happen is one of three things. They'll either get a generator and they'll run off the generator. They'll steal power from next door, or they'll hire somebody to reconnect the power, which is insane because it's major electricity. But what happens? Are you saying like what happens after? Like what is our next enforcement effort after they reopen?
Yeah, well, so I guess if you execute a search warrant, you see that it's operating illegally. Will you all like automatically pursue that utility disconnection?
Yeah, well, we'll do the utility disconnect and we'll do the search warrant at the same time. So they'll come out at the same time and hit them both ways. We'll get everybody out. That's when we recover the guns, the cannabis, the money, whatever's there, all ill-gotten gains. It all gets booked. The people will be cited, arrested, power is shut off, and then that place is closed. What'll happen is a period of time later, narcotics guys will drive by and they'll notice the shop's open again and people are coming and going. And then what'll happen is they'll start their investigation again. They'll either get an undercover to go in to see if it's the same crew, and then they'll write another search warrant. And usually on the second or third, that's when they'll consider doing the padlock. The advantage of the padlock is once we get that implemented, we'll put a no trespassing sign up. And then after the padlock, they'll get crews to come in and remove everything. If we see it open again, if we have that no trespassing sign posted, the officers don't need another search warrant. They can just go in, seize, and kick everybody out. But typically, what they'll do that for a while, and then if they stay open, they'll do another search warrant. And that's why I say we kind of spin our wheels, but we keep so much pressure on the location that eventually they get sick of us, and then they're gone, and they'll go. But then half the time they'll open up somewhere else. So it's kind of a frustration of it.
Yeah, and it seems like a very resource intensive process for a single location. So
It is.
of the 140 disconnects, like how many locations is that?
That's it. Oh,
Understanding you might be doing more than one at a single location.
yeah. I wouldn't have that number available, but it would be numerous locations, because sometimes, like I said, if we hit the same location, we're disconnecting the same place twice. So
And then by the time you get to the padlock and board up option, how resource intensive is pursuing that? I mean,
same. It's actually not. It's not any harder for any of the entities except for building and safety. They just hire the contractor, and then it takes probably an extra hour or half hour it's seen. But it's the same process. It's a search warrant, a disconnect, fire, and building and safety will do all the code violations. We'll get everything cleared out, and then at the very end, the truck will come in and padlock and board it up. So.
well, I guess my question, sorry, is like, why aren't there more of those then? Like more padlock and board ups? What's preventing that from happening sort of earlier in the process?
This year we've had issues with, I hate putting it on other entities, but we had building and safety had some issues with their warrants, because they have to piggyback on our warrants to get a padlock. Then we had a few instances where the judge was questioning, and the timing of it didn't work out. So because they have to reserve these places in advance, and so sometimes the warrants will get kicked back, and they'll have to cancel the padlock. And we've had that happen a few times last year. So, and why there's only 3 out of I would always expect we'd be up to 20 right now. But
I guess just from from you personally, however you want to answer it, if you have 50 locations on here, like what would prevent you all from pursuing at like 50 of the padlock, 100% of the time, sort of like having that as a solution?
It depends on, like I said, the units that are working out there. It's dependent on the time that they have to spend at these locations. Because some locations, we have some locations where there's multiple of these locations in one division, and we'll have 3 or 4 narcotics officers having to shut these places down, and you can kind of hear how labor intensive it is. And on top of doing that, they're still having to deal with the other narcotics in the division, and they're still having to deal with being reassigned to help out with surveillances, or if something happens in the city like the ICE thing, we all get pulled out. So all those things kind of contribute to delays in some of this thing.
And then I guess my final question is, are you sort of like maintaining like basically a central database of like every complaint, every location that has been alleged to be an illegal dispensary?
Yes, we have. Yeah, we do.
And do you feel like, like folks throughout the city like know how to make the complaint such that it ends up being, on your radar?
And that's the issue we have. I know what you're trying to say. If the complainants, and I know they know this, if they put it through the DCR, and once it's verified through DCR, it will come to us. The problem after that is we can't give out our investigation on what we're doing, just because it would compromise the investigation of that location. Because if we're over on X Street and we're working the problem, the criminals on X Street will look at it and then they'll know to shut down for a month. And then we go to a different location, X opens back up. So that's kind of the challenge we have with being public and upfront about the investigations we're doing is the public knows, so does the bad guys.
But for example, like a senior lead officer who's meeting with the community may become aware of a location from community complaining about it. Like those are sort of funneling up to you, as a matter of course for the most part.
And those are pretty direct. If the senior lead is one of the better resources because that's a direct line to that narcotics supervisor. Because and I'm sure those happen because that senior lead can go directly. It's a face-to-face conversation, not an email to email, and they can say, "Hey, we're having a complaint in this area," and then that narcotics supervisor will start the investigation and then run it through DCR to verify that it's illegal and start the investigation. So if they give any information to senior leads, that's a great tool to use.
I said that other one was my last question, but this really is like if you could spot like the one or two things that would that you don't have right now, resourcing or otherwise, tools that you know of in other jurisdictions, or what would be the sort of biggest return on investment things to have that you don't currently have to sort of be able to address every single problematic location?
Yeesh. That's a good question. I mean, honestly, it's just it's the after the fact. It's the prosecution. It's the incarceration. That's the component that we need. We need the teeth of what we're doing to actually affect the unlicensed places. Because we're like I said, we're averaging 350 warrants a year on these locations, and a lot of them reopen because they don't feel the sting. They're making money and they'll just come back in and keep going. So we need something on the books that we can shut these guys down and make them feel what they're doing is actually illegal.
And how much of a frustration is it to not be able to get in touch with the property owner? Like if you had a phone number for someone who was a principal, at the property owner for every property, would that make a big difference?
Oh yeah, it would. But I was talking to two of my supervisors today about this specific thing, and they have a hard time connecting with them. And so it's a huge challenge. Either the landlord or the property owner are two people who are very difficult to track down. And then when we track down, there's always an excuse. And then if we do get some traction with them, either cooperation or not cooperation, we're going to do something and we'll refer it to the city attorney. They'll go to the city attorney and then get fined or whatever. But that the person who is in that building making all the money, they're already moved on to somewhere else. So that's my bigger concern is the illegal people who are actually making the money and undercutting the licensed people.
All right, thanks a lot. That's all from me.
Commissioner Farnby, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you taking some time to,
Sir.
not only share the report, but also answer a few questions. So I just have a few regarding the search warrants. Can you tell us like what those lead to arrests, seizures of products and all of that? Can you tell us like what you would think your success rate is?
How would you define success?
I would say like what I would define is the term if you're targeting an illegal dispensary, how successful are they in terms of what you see off the search warrant regarding arrests and seizures?
This is not a hard number. This is just my estimate. I would say a quarter of the time in the beginning when we started this, it was a lot higher. The number we have now is low, that these are the people who are determined to stay in business. So I would say as of 2025, maybe I would say 50%. 50%. And then after that, those other 50%, we just keep having to hammer and keep going after.
Thank you. And then you spoke about you're kind of like the head of the unit. You spoke about 21 narcotics divisions. How many of those folks are dedicated to the cannabis enforcement?
Around the city,
Yeah.
just me. The narcotics officers around the city,
Yeah.
they're each division has 2 to 5 officers, and they have to do cannabis, meth, fentanyl, and other tasks that the captain assigns them to.
Oh, so the 21 divisions all kind of deal with different aspects of narcotics.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's not a dedicated
We
cannabis division for enforcement.
I know the sheriff's department have one. I talk with them a lot in the FDCC, but for LAPD, we just have narcotics units, and then that's when I coordinate with them to give them missions to attack cannabis, like unlicensed cannabis, I should say.
Understood. Okay, thank you. And I guess I would like to know, at least while you're here, how does the divisions or your department kind of prioritize the illegal market? Is there a certain way, a certain strategy that you all have when you have the seizures and the search warrants and all that, in a certain way that you approach it, or
They're all different. Some because some divisions it's a high priority. Some divisions, and it's hard for me to say because there's 21 different divisions. And statistically, we have some who, if one opens up in their area, they'll attack it, and other ones are just, if they have multiple cannabis locations, it's typically because they're overwhelmed with other things, like they have other drugs and stuff coming in. So they all are tasked to work them, and they do. It's hard to give a clear explanation for that, I guess.
okay. No, I understand that. I just wanted to, the reason why I asked the question, I just wanted to highlight that one of the things that we hear a lot from the operators is that in regards to their business, is that the legal dispensaries are near their business. And I think that if, in my opinion, if there is some sort of way or approach or strategy where that would be included, it might be helpful for those who are licensed as a strategy. I'm not trying to tell you how to do the job. I'm just saying, it's just kind of what's going on in my mind. Because we hear it a lot from the operators.
Yeah, I watch these meetings. I hear it all the time too. And honestly, I was gonna say this at my closing is, we don't want to be in the illegal cannabis business for a long time. I want illegal cannabis to go away. So cannabis is like alcohol, like felon. So it's all legalized. So our goal is the same as I think your goal is. We want to get rid of it. My thing for the license places right now, one of your better things you can do is, especially if it's a place that's you can see it down the street and they're open, is talk to your senior lead officers in that division. Because like I said, that'll be a direct face-to-face that they can go and talk to the narcotics supervisor. And then that way it'll be more, I think, I don't want to say more actionable, but you could get more results that way hopefully and get them shut down. So that would just be I'm sorry, I'm moving away from the mic. That would be my suggestion is the senior lead program is outstanding. And senior leads call me every once in a while just for advice and stuff, but I know they all have a good working relationship with the narcotics supervisor in that division.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. Okay. Thank you so much for that. And then I guess you had mentioned in your presentation here that you all received the complaints from the portal. Can you talk about the process that leads to you all actually targeting an illegal dispensary once you receive a complaint?
So, okay, and this is different on my aspect. What I see, what they'll do is they'll through the complaint portal, they'll send it in. It'll go to DCR. My assumption is DCR is vetting it, ensuring that it is unlicensed, and then they have a system where they will release it and say this is in central area. We'll say, hey, there's an illegal one in central area. It'll come to my office. we'll just review it, we'll confirm the area that it's in, and then we'll ensure that it gets to that narcotics supervisor. And then from them, the narcotics supervisor will open that complaint, then they'll start working it. And then they'll close it out, and then we can look on our end to see how they're working it. Like if they close it out, what they're doing with their investigation, or if it's just sitting.
Okay.
Excuse me, Commissioner Farnby, before you begin again, if all of those present that are speaking this afternoon could state their names each time they speak, we're on audio only. And so to allow the listeners at home a greater ability to understand who's speaking at any given time, please announce yourself even when responding.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Were you done?
That was it, sir. Yes.
Okay. This is Commissioner Farnby. So thanks, Alex. I appreciate that. Thank you for the explanation. What would you say is the turnaround in terms of the process from receiving the complaint to actually getting to the field?
Okay, Detective Boyles. I would, and that's a tough one because it depends on what type of complaint it is. We get all types of complaint. If it's a simple complaint, they can go out and vet it real quickly. It could be a week. But if it's, let's say it's a brick and mortar unlicensed location, I would say minimum of a month up to 3 to 6 months, depending the challenge they have with that location. Because like I said, they could go to the location, issue a cease and desist letter, and they might close, or they might have to keep going through the progressive enforcement. And then it just depends when they can actually shut this place down.
All right, thank you. And then I guess my last, this is Commissioner Farnby. My last question is, you head up this unit. Obviously, you have stated before us some of the challenges, which I think we all can understand. If you had what you needed, right, in order to improve the enforcement of your unit on these illegal dispensaries, what can you describe for us what you think it would take?
Detective Boyles responding. In a perfect situation, I'd have a 20 man team dedicated to cannabis, and we would have all the resources, kind of like the mayor's task force, but it would all be in house, and we would all coordinate together and pick off locations one by one. I mean, that would be an ideal situation. If it happens, we'll see how.
And just this is Commissioner Farnby, just for clarification on the question, thank you for answering that. Any sort of additional authority you think would be helpful?
Detective Boyles, yeah, like I said before, if we could, and this is just coming from law enforcement, if we could get stiffer penalties on the books for unlicensed cannabis businesses and operators, I think that would be a huge benefit to this. If they would feel the weight of what they're doing in either incarceration, fines, fees, anything that would deter them, a deterrent would be extremely beneficial.
Commissioner Farnby, thank you for your time. Been very helpful. Really appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome, sir.
Mr. Vice President Nash, looking at your statistics up there, can you tell me what is meant by unlicensed cannabis locations and the number 50?
Yes, sir. Detective Boyles, those are just the brick and mortar locations that have been identified by our LAPD narcotics divisions. I know that number seems low because there's many more licensed places. We don't track cannabis cultivations because that's very difficult because there are so many. That's not delivery services, and that's not including smoke shops who we're discovering are selling licensed cannabis also at this time. So, there may be more than 50, but those are 50 locations that have been verified by the Los Angeles Police Department narcotic units.
This is Vice President Nash. Does that number 50 have anything to do with like the 239 search warrants? Or would some of those be search warrants issued against those locations, or those are locations that you haven't yet done anything about?
Detective Boyles, yes, sir, some have been addressed, some remain open, but the 239 search warrants, it's also including cultivations, and it's including, we've had like, I think 5 or 6 BHO labs we've investigated. So the search warrants are for any cannabis search warrant throughout the city, unlicensed cannabis search warrant throughout the city. But those 50 would be a part of it, and that number will change. That's a citywide number. So it'll say 50, and then, but if you break it down by division and area, those numbers could change in the areas. Because like I said, we could have 2 places in Wilshire Division serve a search warrant. One of those places closed, but then it opens at Olympic. So then Olympic just, Wilshire went down 1 number, Olympic went up 1 number. We have that whack-a-mole going across the city. So if that makes sense, I know it's tricky, but we have 21 geographic divisions. Like I said, it can close in one area goes down, opens in another area, and then that area increases.
This is Vice President Nash. I'm going to take a step back. It's my understanding that one of the ways the LAPD becomes aware of an alleged illegal dispensary is from a report from the DCR. In other words, somebody has brought to the DCR the fact that they believe there's an illegal dispensary. The DCR then will report that to LAPD. Am I correct so far?
Yes, sir. That's one of the ways. There's numerous ways. Like I said, we could get a complaint from a senior lead officer, or someone could come into the front desk, but typically a lot of them are coming through the DCR portal.
Thank you. This is Vice President Nash. Do you keep track of the number of alleged illegal dispensaries that you receive, reports of illegal dispensaries?
No, sir, we don't track that information right now.
Do you have any idea how many illegal dispensaries were reported to the LAD in 2025?
No, sir, I don't. We don't keep track of that. Just we don't keep track until they're actually vetted, and then we confirm that they are an unlicensed illegal location, and that's where that number comes from. If it's a tip that we get in, until it's verified, we won't track that. But at least at my unit, the divisions, I'm sure the divisions will, they have to be tracked.
This Vice President National, that number of 50 unlicensed cannabis locations identified on that chart. Whenever that number was established, that was the number of illegal dispensaries that the LAPD had vetted and acknowledged were illegal.
Yes, sir. And those are active investigations, if that makes sense.
So there's 50 active investigations
On those locations, yes, sir.
And then that brings me to the investigations conducted statistic on the chart. Oh, this is Vice President Nash again, which indicates 10. And I'm assuming that because it says conducted, those were actually concluded in 2025. Is that correct?
Detective Boyles. Yes, sir. The investigations conducted, typically those are like in the middle of the night. So we'll have a unlicensed cannabis location. There'll be a burglary. That's when we'll discover that it's actually there. And so those will be like they're independent investigations. So that's why it says investigations conducted. So there wasn't a tip. It was just something that we stumbled upon. Typically, it's a radio call.
This is Vice President Nash. When you acknowledge the existence of an illegal dispensary like say that number of 50 chart, do you always open what you have also identified on the chart as an investigation?
Detective Boyles, can you repeat that, please? I wanted to.
When the LAPD has identified and confirmed that there's an illegal dispensary, do you always conduct an investigation?
Yes, sir. Yes. They're all investigated. Let me clarify. The investigation is opened. So that means they've identified the location, and then it just depends what resources they have to go after that location, if that makes sense.
This is Vice President Nash. Do you know how many investigations are currently open?
No, sir. It's our Detective Boyles. No, sir. That I would have to get that number from all of the narcotics units.
This is Vice President Nash. Would you say that all of the reports the LAPD receives regarding an alleged illegal dispensary, would you say that they all get investigated?
Detective Boyles, I can't be 100%, but I would say yes. I mean that is the obligation of our narcotics units. So when they do get an investigation, I would have to say yes, because that's our job and our duty. So I would say each narcotic unit would investigate it.
This is Vice President Nash. Is it safe to say, though, that currently you would not have an accurate idea of how many reports of illegal dispensaries exist that are not currently being investigated? In other words, a backlog that has not been attended to?
Detective Boyles, yes, I have no clue how many are sitting. Let's say like sitting in a queue waiting to be investigated. I would have no idea, sir.
Thank you. This Vice President Nash, you mentioned earlier that the LAPD is beginning to recognize that legal smoke shops are also becoming a problem, as they are also selling illegal cannabis. Is that true?
Yes, sir. Detective Boyles, yes, sir.
You have any opinion on how big of a problem that is?
Detective Boyles, no, sir. I know Hollywood Division was very proactive in shutting some of these down, but as far as across the city, I haven't been out with the narcotics units to see, and I don't know how many smoke shops could be selling unlicensed cannabis, to be honest.
This Vice President Nash, when you make an arrest, or what do you call it when you go to a dispensary that the LAPD has determined is illegal and make your first in-person attempt to shut it down? What would you call that? Is it a raid?
Yes, sir. It would be if we're physically, the first time they may physically go would be the Detective Boyles. They may go to serve a cease and desist letter. They don't always, they'll sometimes post it, but the first time that typically the first time an LAPD will go to a dispensary or unlicensed cannabis location to do enforcement, that would be a search warrant. And that would be to arrest or cite the workers at the location and the managers.
This Vice President, can you tell me what typically the number of personnel that are involved in that operation?
Detective Boyles, for law enforcement personnel?
I guess law enforcement, and then anybody else you can identify.
Detective Boyles. It varies on the size of the location because that would be the part of the investigation. Some of these are small, but they'll have 2 or 3 people inside. So they might bring 10 or 12 officers. Some very large locations where we could have up to 30 officers. It just depends the size. Also depends on the background of the people identified at the location. If it's a gang member, somebody who's known to carry guns or somebody like that, they would have more police present. So it hinders, it determines what the investigation is, I guess I'm trying to say.
This is Vice President Nash. I understand that, and thank you for that answer. What I'm trying to get out is just what exactly it entails when you go to one of these locations. So, safe to say that on the small end, it'd be at least 10 officers.
Detective Wells, yes, sir. That's a good average, yes, sir.
This is Vice President Nash. And are there any other personnel involved from other departments or anything?
Yes, Detective Boyles, like I said, we'll have the LAPD personnel will be there, and then we'll also, once the scene is safe, Department of Water and Power will be there, Los Angeles Fire Department, and Department of Building and Safety will be there, and then they'll issue their citations.
This is Vice President Nash. When an arrest is made at an illegal dispensary, are employees typically arrested?
Detective Boyles, I'm gonna have to say maybe, and if we're defining by arrest, they're either typically, if they are identified as a worker there, then yes, they'll either get a citation, which is a release from custody, and then or sometimes they'll be booked, especially if it's a manager or somebody who's a repeat person who's always there, then they'll typically get booked at the jail division.
This is Vice President Nash, but everybody working there at a minimum would receive a citation.
Detective Boyles, yes, sir. If they typically the way these operations will go is we'll have somebody set up there to see who's coming and going. We'll stay there long enough to ensure that we're not citing customers or somebody who just comes in. It's the people that we've seen on numerous occasions who stay there for hours, or if they've been identified previously as a worker there.
This is Vice President Nash. Does the LAPD have an opinion as to how many illegal dispensaries are currently operating in the city of Los Angeles?
Detective Boyles, I'm going to say no, we don't.
This is Vice President Nash. Have you, as the director or person in charge of the cannabis enforcement in the city of Los Angeles, have you been in contact with any other cities or done any research regarding the resources that other cities allocate towards closing down and enforcing against illegal dispensaries?
Detective Boyles, I have informally, yes, I've spoken with, I have contacts at the Department of Cannabis Commission, which is state, and then I have contacts at the Sheriff's Department. They have their own cannabis unit. Smaller cities, I haven't really spoken to. Most of them don't have a cannabis unit. A city of our size, I haven't met another. I haven't met another agency, like another correspondent as far as me, an agency this size. So I guess I'd be more or less a no. If that makes sense.
This is Vice President Nash. I believe you referred to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department having their own cannabis unit. Is that correct?
Detective Wells, yes, sir.
Vice President Nash, Do you know what the size of that department or dedicated personnel is?
Detective Boyles. I'm gonna guess. I've met some of them. It's around 12 to 15, I believe. It's not a huge unit for the size of the county, but they are dedicated. I'm more coordinated with the supervisor there.
Thank you very much.
This is Commissioner Bierman. I just have a couple quick questions.
Yes, sir.
You had mentioned like up to 3 to 6 months as a timeline for shutting down an illegal dispensary. What would make it 6 months? Like what's sort of the worst case in terms of timeline? What takes so long?
Detective Boyles. That's where I'm going with the repeat locations opening up again. So, and 6 months is the average. We could have places that would stay open longer. I'm just saying 6 months would be an average for a long investigation, but it would be a place that we would, like I was just at one in East LA, a month ago that we padlocked and it's back open again. So that one's probably going on a year now. And it's they're some of those problem locations where you just have a hard time getting the people to stay out. So, like I said, our enforcement efforts are search warrant, citation, bring their stuff, padlock and board up, and then just stay on them. So, some of these locations, they're very hard to deter. So it'd be places like that. Most of them, after they see that the heat's on them and they're gonna be repeat customers of ours, they'll shut down.
This is Commissioner Bierman. So the 6 month locations, like there have already been interventions. There have already been efforts before the 6 months. It's not 6 months, before the city takes its first step.
Detective Wells, yes, sir. And I'm
Got it.
sorry if I didn't clarify that very earlier. Most of these will get addressed with cease and desist letters almost immediately. So the process is started. It's just some of our tougher locations will just keep reopening. But a cease and desist letter typically goes out first as soon as we verify that the location is unlicensed.
Understood. This is Commissioner Bierman. Just the LA County Sheriff dedicated unit, 12 to 15 deputies. In your view, is that like, are they able to be more effective because they're dedicated and they're not splitting their time, or like how do you compare that structure with a sort of more decentralized structure where you're relying on assets distributed across the city that are focused on other narcotics?
Detective Boyles, I'm going to say plus and minus. There's pros and cons to both because LA County is huge. They have a huge problem with it. And those guys are busy. They're working all the time. And I don't know if they're coming across the same problems we are, but after they hit a location, they might not get back to it for a while. So if you have one centralized unit, and if you have one of these locations that's going to keep opening, that's going to drag down your resources. So the good thing is they're all together. They have kind of like a battle plan. They know what to do. They're very excellent at what they do with cannabis. But for that unit the size of the county, it's a little bit tough. Where with LAPD, we have 21 divisions who can go out and attack the problem, and we can hit something like we average when we're working a lot, we're averaging around 30 search warrants a month, which is one a day, with some multiple locations across the city.
Great. Thanks for taking so much time to educate us. Appreciate you bearing with all the questions.
You're welcome, sir.
This is Vice President Nash. There's 21 divisions. Are the divisions able to conduct enforcement activities outside their geographic jurisdiction or area?
Detective Boyles, yes and no. Typically, if it's outside of the division, like say if it's a border of like East LA and it goes into outside of the city, typically no, they won't do something. But if it's across the divisional line and say it's both LAPD, then yes, they can. They'll just coordinate with the other narcotics supervisor if that investigation leads into like a different part of the city. Now, if it's something that starts in the city and it goes, like say you identify an owner that lives in Whittier and you're doing your investigation in East LA, then yes, you can go out to Whittier. You just, as long as you get the permission from your captain and LAPD is good with it, they'll allow you to go conduct the investigation out there.
This Vice President Nash, thank you. I'm going to ask the same question a little bit differently, and just I'm operating under the assumption that some of the divisions have less problems with narcotics than other divisions. The divisions that have less problems, would they be able to go into, regardless of how far it is, as long as it's still in the city of Los Angeles, would they be able to go into another area in the city of Los Angeles and conduct enforcement operations against illegal dispensaries?
Detective Boyles, yes, they could. They typically, a unit's overwhelmed, and then another one can come in and assist in their area. We see that in the Valley a lot. We have a unit that has only 2 officers. And so other divisions will come in and assist them. Like they'll still work the problem, but they'll come in and assist. So divisions are allowed to cross borders to assist other divisions.
Thank you. Any other questions? We really appreciate this, Vice President Nash. We really appreciate you coming, answering all of our questions to the best of your ability. And we look forward to seeing you much more. And we look forward to having the city do everything it can to attempt to alleviate the problem of the illegal dispensaries.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 5, report from the executive director. Is there a report from the executive director?
Due to constraints because of the lack of quorum later this afternoon, I do not have a report.
Yes, Vice President Nash, thank you very much. I am going to take items 15, 18, and 24 out of order to continue those items to the commission meeting of September 4, 2025, as stated in the agenda. Can I have a motion?
This is Commissioner Farmby. I'll make the motion.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Bierman, I'll second.
Ms. Teresa, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Farmby, Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Taking item number 9 out of order to continue the matter at the request of the applicant to the commission meeting of September 4, 2025. Does the department have any objections?
Jason Klein, Assistant Executive Director. We do not have any objections.
Vice President Nash, thank you. Can I have a motion?
It's Commissioner Farmby. I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Bierman, second.
Ms. Teresa, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farmby, Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Taking item number 22 out of order to continue the matter at the request of the applicant to the commission meeting of September 4, 2025. Does the department have any objection?
Jason Glean, Assistant Executive Director, no objection.
Vice President Nash, can I have a motion?
Commissioner, please, go ahead. Commissioner Bierman, so moved.
Is there a second?
It's Commissioner Farm, yes, second.
Ms. Teresa, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby, Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Taking item number 23 out of order, continue the matter to the commission meeting of October 2nd, 2025, as stated in the agenda. Can I have a motion?
It's Commissioner Farm, I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Bierman, second.
Ms. Teresa, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Taking item 21 out of order at the request of the department to consider continuance. Item 21, DCR Core Record number 320103. The applicant is Gravity Retail LLC, located at 13312 West Burbank Boulevard. Mr. Killeen, would you please state the reason for the request to continue this matter?
The department has requested this continuation due to the length of this meeting and the fact that we will lose quorum at 7 p.m. We wanted to provide the applicants that were at the end of the agenda the opportunity to be notified that they would not have to attend today and they could attend a future meeting without having to sit through the meeting until we lose quorum.
Vice President Nash, thank you. Ms. Teresa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We did not receive a community impact statement.
And could you also check any speaker cards that we might have to see if there were any from a neighborhood council or elected representative?
No, we do not have any speaker cards.
It's Vice President Nash, thank you. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium?
For item 21, we did not receive a speaker card.
Would you inquire if there is a representative of the applicant on this item?
No, I believe we did not receive a speaker card from the applicant.
Okay. Then in that case, can I have a motion to continue the matter to September 4, 2025 or to a later?
It's Commissioner Farm, I'll make the motion.
Just for clarification, is that to the September 4, 2025 date?
It's Commissioner Farm, yes.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Bierman, second.
Ms. Teresa, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman.
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Taking item 26 out of order at the request of the department to consider a continuance. Item number 26, DCR Core Record number 111748. Applicant is Green Dragon Caregivers, Inc., located at 7235-7245 Fulton Avenue. Mr. Killeen, would you please state the reason for the request to continue this matter?
Yeah, the department is requesting a continuation of this item due to the fact we anticipate losing quorum around 7 p.m. tonight. We did inform the applicant that we would be requesting this continuation so that they would not have to sit through the entire meeting until we lose quorum. For this particular applicant, they do not have any constraints as it relates to their Department of Cannabis Control license. And they did respond to the email that they received acknowledging that their item was going to be continued.
This is Vice President Nash. Thank you very much. Ms. Teresa, are there any neighborhood council or elective office representatives on this item or any speaker cards from any of those speakers?
We did not receive a community impact statement and we do not have any speaker cards from the applicant or a neighborhood council.
In that case, this is Vice President Nash. In that case, can I please have a motion to continue this item to September 4, 2025?
This is Commissioner Bierman. I'll move to continue it to September 4th.
Commissioner Farmbee, a second.
Mr. Visa, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee, Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Ms. Vice President Nash, we will now continue back to the regular agenda order and proceed with item number 6, which is DCR Core Record number 100005. The applicant is Sunrise Caregiver Foundation Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 22865 Loch Ness Avenue. Mr. Teresa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we did not receive a community impact statement.
At this time, this is Vice President Nash. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Roberta Oriana, and I present item number 6 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 100005 is associated with Sunrise Caregiver Foundation Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 22865 South Loch Ness Avenue in the Harbor Gateway Community Plan area within Council District 15. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 31st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with the LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state license to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 16, 2026. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about June 27, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on July 22nd, 2025, and accepted online written input through this date. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. One comment in favor of the application described the business as clean, professional-looking setup. The licensee has passed a compliance inspection for the location, and there are no outstanding items. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exemptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions for the department? Hearing none, we will proceed with the applicant's presentation. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium?
Please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You'll have 10 minutes to address the commission.
My name is Fernando with Sunrise Caregivers Foundation, Inc. I'm here on behalf of the company, pretty much to state that we have adhered to every outstanding, everything that was outstanding I've corrected, and I have taken over management for the business. I currently manage the other Jade Rooms in Santa Ana and Artesia, and we are doing very well. Due to poor lack of management, I feel that we kind of failed the business that's been in the community for over 12 years. And we plan on doing great things, including Weed for Warriors, which we give back to our veterans that have taken care of us. But other than that, I see a bright future for Jade Room, and that is all for today.
This is Vice President Nash. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for the applicant?
Good afternoon. This is Commissioner Farmby. There's been quite a few violations identified with your operation. Can you talk a little bit about what was happening to justify the 13, 14 cited violations?
14 and 16.
No, not specifically. I mean, in general. I mean, there's quite a few here.
Oh, sorry, Fernando. And a lot of it had to do with the prior management that was there. They were commingling funds and not allocating properly to the store. So I feel that there was a lot of miscommunication, and now we've taken other steps to make sure that everything is moving forward correctly.
Commissioner Farmer, thank you for that. And to your knowledge, the violations that's been cited, have they all been corrected?
Yes.
And sorry, this is Commissioner Farmby. I had a
We're going to temporarily close the applicant's presentation and reopen the department's presentation.
Commissioner Farmby. My question is, I'm looking at the record here, and I see that there's been some indications of some of the violations that have been corrected, but some is not stating otherwise. Can someone explain to me about this?
Assistant Executive Director Jason Colleen. Because the reports are finalized about a week before the commission meetings, we provide whatever information we have up to the date the report is published. We do confirm with our compliance enforcement division what the statuses are prior to the actual meeting. And this applicant has closed out all of the compliance related issues, and they have corrected everything that needed correction. So as of today's meeting, they have corrected all of their outstanding items.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Vice President.
This is Vice President Nash. We are now going to reclose the department's presentation and reopen the applicant's presentation. Are there any additional questions from the commissioners to the applicant? This is Vice President Nash. I just wanted to ask you about illegal dispensaries, what your experience is with your dispensary. Do you have any near you that are impacting your business?
I feel that we have. There's plenty of deliveries that happen outside of business hours that go through weed maps. And I feel that that business shouldn't allow these dispensaries or illegal dispensaries, to say the fact, to run and be on the website where customers can place their orders. I feel that we participate and put much of our income, right, to make sure that we follow these exact procedures for a reason. And having these illegal dispensaries do it the wrong way is just kind of feels like a fail for us, that we're paying for all this money and it's, you know, feel like we're not getting the help that we need in order to make sure that our stores continue to function properly.
This is Vice President Nash. Thank you. I'm going to have a new practice where I let every operator that comes before us know that I would highly recommend that they do what Officer Boyle suggested and make sure they get to know their lead officer. And to the extent that they do have problems with things like you just mentioned and any physical dispensaries operating illegally nearby, contact your lead officer, know who he or she, develop a relationship with them, and try to get them shut down. Okay. Thank you very much. We will now open deliberations, if any. Any deliberations? Hearing none, is there a motion?
It's Commissioner Farmby. Item number 6, DCR Core Record 100005. The applicant is Sunrise Caregiver Foundations, Inc., Community Plan Area Harbor Gateway located at 22865 Loch Ness Avenue. I make the motion to accept the staff's recommendation.
Is there, Ms. Vice President Nash, is there a second?
Commissioner Bierman, I'll second.
Mr. Rizzo, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farnby. Commissioner Bierman.
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Ms. Vice President Nash, moving on to item number 7, DCR Core Record number 320072. The applicant is Powell's LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 506 South San Vicente Boulevard. Ms. Teresa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we did not receive a community impact statement.
Ms. Vice President Nash, at this time, we will hear from the department staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Roberta Oriana, and I will present item number 7 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 320072 is associated with Powell's LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 506 South San Vicente Boulevard in the Wilshire Community Plan area within Council District 5. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of April 2, 2025. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state license to conduct retail with on-site sales cannabis, commercial cannabis activity is active through December 8th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.2 for the Social Equity Program, and the DCR has determined that the applicant has met the minimum equity share requirements. On or about June 4th, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on June 17th, 2025, and accepted online written input through this date. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were mixed. Constituents who opposed the issuance of a license at this location were concerned about increased crime, burglaries, and assaults in the immediate business vicinity. Adjacent business owners are supportive of Powell's LLC and believe they provide a much-needed medical service to the community. The licensee has passed a compliance inspection for the location, and there are no outstanding items. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends the Commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Ms. Vice President Nash, thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for the department?
Commissioner Farnby, the citations, the violations, all of those considered minor.
I apologize. This is Assistant Executive Director Jason Clean. Commissioner Farmby, could you repeat yourself?
The violations, the citations, were all considered, they were all minor in
The violations cited are all minor, and our Compliance Enforcement Division has notified us that there are no outstanding items and the applicant has cured everything on the list.
Thank you.
Mrs. Vice President Nash, no further questions from the commissioner? Okay, we'll now have the applicant's presentation. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? When you get to the podium, please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone. You'll have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is David Powles, and I am the owner of Powles LLC and verified social equity applicant seeking approval for an annual storefront retail license at 506 South San Vicente Boulevard in the Mid-City West community. We've worked diligently to meet every requirement set forth by the Department of Cannabis Regulation. Following our most recent compliance inspection, we received written confirmation that all corrective actions were completed satisfactorily and that our business is in good standing. Our team was commended for its professionalism and commitment to maintaining a high standard of regulatory compliance. During our community Zoom hearing, several residents expressed concerns related to traffic flow, loitering, and security around the premises. We took that feedback seriously. In direct response, we enhanced our operational security plan, which includes 24-hour monitored surveillance, improved perimeter lighting, and clear signage prohibiting loitering. We have also established strict internal policies to prevent congregation outside and to ensure our staff are actively managing customer flow and conduct. Additionally, we implemented a secure access control system and partnered with a licensed third-party security provider to ensure a safe environment for both the community and our customers. Beyond regulatory compliance, I've spent over a decade working in all sectors of the cannabis supply chain, from cultivation to manufacturing, distribution, and now retail. And I bring that experience into building an operation rooted in professionalism, safety, and community accountability. As a social equity applicant, this license represents more than just a business. It's an opportunity to operate legally, to give back to the community, and demonstrate what responsible cannabis retails can look like. We've already begun establishing partnerships with local medical providers and wellness professionals to ensure informed, patient-focused access to cannabis. On behalf of our entire team, I respectfully request your approval of our annual license. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to equity and public trust in this process.
This is Vice President Nash. Were you going to continue with the presentation?
Oh, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I got.
This is Vice President Nash, thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
This is Commissioner Bierman. I just have one question. You mentioned internal policies to prevent gathering outside, loitering, and I know this is something we hear a lot as at least a perceived issue. But I wonder if you could share what those internal policies are, best practices that you've found.
Yes, this is David Powell speaking. I have organized a system with our security guard who actually sits here and monitors all the cameras that go around the parking lot and the surrounding areas around our whole building and the back alley as well. We actually have our cameras focused on the back alley, which sees our neighbor who's a neighbor in the back. And so when the security guard sees somebody coming and loitering anywhere around the parking lot or in the back area, one of our staff sits in his spot. He goes around and gets them to leave. So there's one at a time we're pushing people out so nobody gets to accumulate in any of the area.
This is Commissioner Bierman, and you find that to be effective. I mean,
Yes.
moving on.
Yes, we do.
Understood. Thanks.
Commissioner Farming, how you doing? Have you utilized any aspects of the social equity program?
Yes, I have. I've used the attorneys from the pro bono program. I've used a lot of the SLS or the learning tools. I've actually been a part of some of the tools and been able to speak at some of the events to encourage other social equity applicants who may be trying to obtain a license of their own.
That's great to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This Vice President Nash, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but it's so important that I don't mind. What has your experience been with illegal dispensaries impacting your business?
Because we're directly across from Beverly Hills, there's no legal dispensaries allowed in that area, so we don't have as much of a problem. But I do communicate. I take your advice. I communicate with the lead officer weekly, sometimes a couple times a week, and so they inform me and they stay on top of it, and they let me know if there's any in the area that are popping up because they seem to be working on it. And so we do have a relationship with the LAPD, and they did let me know when I first moved into the area that the area did have a crime going on. There was a Venezuelan mafia type that was maybe hundreds during like one season of robberies in this one area. So I understood the seriousness of this. And we utilize our cameras to help LAPD. If something did happen, we can provide them the footage of maybe a suspect that they're looking for. So yeah, that is a good, thank you for that recommendation.
This Vice President Nash, thank you. And I'm glad that's actually making a difference and working out for both you and the LAPD. That's fantastic to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move on to deliberations, if any. Any deliberations, commissioners? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Item number 7, DCR Core Record 320072. Powell LLC and located in the Wilshire area at 506 South San Vicente Boulevard. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation stated.
Vice President Nash, is there a second?
Commissioner Bierman, second.
Ms. Treviso, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farnby, Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Moving on to item number 8, DCR Core Record number 101795. The applicant is Robertson Caregivers Beverlywood to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 12800 West Wentworth Street. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we did not receive a community impact statement.
Ms. Vice President Nash, at this time we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Megan Blom, and I will present item number 8 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 101795 is associated with Robertson Caregivers Beverlywood. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 12800 Wentworth Street in the Sun Valley Latuna Canyon Community Plan area within Council District 6. The approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state license to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 25th, 2026. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about April 22nd, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on May 20th, 2025 and accepted online written input through the state. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR did not receive any oral or written testimony for this applicant. A notice to correct has been issued to the licensee following a compliance inspection. A representative from the Compliance Enforcement Division will provide a summary after licensing's presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Senior Management Analyst Christina Campos, with the Compliance and Enforcement Division, providing a summary for 12800 West Wentworth Street. The compliance team conducted a compliance inspection on March 24th, 2025, and a notice to correct was issued on June 12th, 2025 for the following 3 deficiencies. The first one is the employee identification badges did not include the DCR Core Record number, which is a minor violation which has been corrected. The licensee did not provide access for an employee to operate the video surveillance system at the time of the inspection. This violation has also been corrected via a virtual inspection. And there was cannabis odor that was detected outside of the business in the parking lot area. The licensee has already taken corrective action for this as well. They reiterated to employees and patrons that there's no smoking or the use of cannabis product around the business premises. They've also went ahead and installed new filters, and we are scheduled to go out for a follow-up next week on August 13th just to verify. Do you have any questions?
Commissioner Bierman, I just have one question. When you're detecting odor outside the shop, is it your sense that's from people smoking cannabis like outside, or is that the sort of odor of the plants, like the product?
It varies. Sometimes it could be because of they do have patrons outside smoking. Other times it could be the ventilation, and that's why it was recommended that they can change their filters as well. So they went ahead and did that also, just to make sure. So it depends.
Vice President Nash, any other questions? Thank you. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium?
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. The applicant's representative notified us about 24 minutes into the meeting that they were unfortunately going to be unable to make it to this meeting.
Vice President Nash, thank you. Let's move on to deliberations then. Oh, this Vice President Nash, Mr. Clean, did they indicate why they would not be able to make it?
It was due to a sudden illness.
Thank you. Any deliberations?
Commissioner Farmby, based on the compliance report, it seems today at this point seems to be no issues. I know it was confirmed that they're going out next week, but the compliance check didn't reveal any serious concerns. So.
This Vice President Nash, typically we have definitely wanted the applicant to be here, but in light of the circumstances as representative, I think we would be inclined to let it go on this occasion. If you all agree, then is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Farmby. Item number 8, DCR Core Record 101795. Robertson Caregivers, Beverly Wood is the applicant. The business premises is located at 12800 West Wentworth Street. I make a recommendation to accept the staff's. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation stated.
As Vice President Nash, is there a second?
Commissioner Bierman, I was second.
Mr. Rizzo, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman.
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Moving on to item number 10, DCR Core Record number 101780. The applicant is The Vault Woodland Hills, Inc. to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 22815-22817 West Ventura Boulevard. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we did not receive a community impact statement.
Vice President Nash, thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
High Licensing Analyst Megan Blum presenting item number 10 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 101780 is associated with the Vault Woodland Hills, Inc. This applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 22815 to 22817 West Ventura Boulevard in the Canoga Park, Winnetka, Woodland Hills, West Hills Community Plan Area within Council District 3. The applicant was issued approval by DCR with an effective date of September 3rd, 2020. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state license to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through July 17th, 2026. This applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about June 4th, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on June 17th, 2025 and accepted online written input through the state. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR received one written comment opposing the issuance of a cannabis license at this location due to concerns of safety, security, sanitation, and the owner's interaction with the community. The license has passed the compliance inspection for the location, and there are no outstanding items. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends that the Commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Mr. Vice President Nash, thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners to the department? That will close the department's presentation, and we will start the applicant's presentation. I see that someone is at the podium. Would you please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant? Please speak directly into the microphone. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Oh, thank you. Steve Baghumian, I am the company's attorney. The Vault Woodland Hills, located at 2285 West Ventura Boulevard, Woodland Hills. Company's been in business since 2019. Zero administrative actions by either the California Department of Cannabis Control or the Los Angeles Department of Cannabis Regulations. It's owner operated. There's a beautiful remodeled interior inside. They've improved the street facing signage. There's an upgraded surveillance apparatus that complies with the 90-day requirements. The company has a commitment to local hiring. There's a community job board posted on the exterior. There's an open door policy to the communities in case there's any grievances. The communities members are free to step in and discuss with management. The company employs special unit security as its security company. Anytime the business is open, there's an on-site security guard. There's 25 cameras. There's an odor control system where the product is stored, and neighborhood liaisons or signs are posted in case, again, the community members want to discuss any concerns. And back to the commission if you have any questions or concerns.
This is Vice President Nash. There don't appear to be any questions. I did see a couple of their speaker cards. Did somebody else want to speak as well? I saw a speaker card for first name Sassoon.
No, that's one of the owners. He's not going to speak.
Okay. And what about Mr. Slocum?
It's also another owner. He's not speaking.
Thank you very much. That concludes the applicant's presentation. We'll move on to deliberations, if any. Seeing that there are none, is there a motion?
Item number 10, DCR Core Record number 101780. The applicant is the Woodland Hills Incorporated. The business premise is located at 22815-22817 West Ventura Boulevard. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated before.
Vice President Nash, is there a second?
Commissioner Bierman, I'll second.
Mr. Friesen, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farnby, Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 11, the DCR Core Record number 320036. The applicant is Ghost Management Retail LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 10135-10141 North San Fernando Road. Mr. Izzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we did not receive a community impact statement.
Vice President Nash, thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Licensing Analyst Megan Blum here, presenting item number 11 for DCR. DCR Core Record number 320036 is associated with Ghost Management Retail LLC. This applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 10135 to 10141 San Fernando Road in the Arleta Pacoima Community Plan area within Council District 7. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 23rd of 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state license to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through June 29th of 2026. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program, and DCR has determined that the applicant has met the minimum equity share requirements. On or about April 22nd, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on May 20th, 2025, and accepted online written input through the state. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR did not receive any oral nor written testimony for this applicant. The licensee has passed the compliance inspection for the location, and there are no outstanding items. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends that the Commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for item 11.
This Vice President Nash, are there any questions from the commissioners of the department?
Commissioner Farnby, in the notice of correction, it was item number 6, it was scratched. Any particular reason why?
Assistant Executive Director Jason Kling, I don't have any notes to why that item was stricken out. I do see as part of the stricken that it was corrected. So one of two things, either it was corrected and in the preparation of the staff report, we inadvertently struck the language, or when we were reviewing the Commission Enforcement Division memo, that was an item that actually wasn't in the final memo, and they asked for it to be removed.
Thanks, Jason. This is Commissioner Farmby. Yeah, the reason why I was asking just for clarification is I did see in the strikeout that it was corrected, and I didn't know if that meant it was not, or if that was any indication that it had also been corrected as the other violations. Yeah, thank you.
No other questions from the commissioner? Okay. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium?
Vice President Nash, we do not have a speaker card for this applicant.
Commissioner Farmby, is anyone online? No.
I'm sorry, oh no, we do not have that option any longer.
This is City Attorney Allison Toll. The city phone that City Council uses that this commission was also using to allow folks to call in has been retired. And so we don't have access to that technology anymore. Hence, we require in-person attendance.
This Vice Palmer, thank you. This Vice President Nash, does the department have any understanding about whether or not the applicant was planning on being here?
Licensing analyst Megan Blom, we were told that a representative would be here, but I'm not certain if it was confirmed in person.
Vice President Nash, thank you.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. The reason why that was stricken from the report is that regulation has been removed. Therefore, it's no longer relevant.
This is Vice President Nash. Let's move on to deliberations.
This is Commissioner Farmby. I want to thanks Alice for the clarification on the option for the virtual. I know that when we have these meetings, usually that is an option. I'm not sure if the applicant was aware of that being an option or not. Maybe that may have had something to do with the absence. But I know that as a practice, we have, we would like to see the applicant present, when we're going through the process. But considering the circumstances, I don't know how it impacted.
This Vice President Nash, and we've been fairly consistent when we've had specific questions we'd want to address. We always require the applicant to be here and would have continued the matter in those circumstances. I don't have any specific questions, so I'm inclined to move forward. How about you, Commissioner Bierman?
I'm aligned with that.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Farmby, item number 11, DCR Core Record number 320036. The applicant is Ghost Management Retail LLC in the Pocoma, Alita area. The business premise is located at 10135-10141 North San Fernando Road. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated in the report.
Vice President Nash, is there a second?
This is Commissioner Bierman, I would second.
Ms. Teresa, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farmby. Commissioner Bierman.
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Moving on to item number 12, DCR Core Record number 320007. Applicant is Ghost Management Retail 1 LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail cannabis activity located at 102-108 South Pacific Avenue. Ms. Teresa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we did not receive a community impact statement.
Ms. Vice President Nash, thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Licensing analyst Megan Blom here, presenting item number 12. DCR Core Record Number 320007 is associated with the Ghost Management Retail 1 LLC. This applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 102 to 108 South Pacific Avenue in the San Pedro Community Plan area within Council District 15. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of April 8th, 2025. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state license to conduct retail with on-site sales, which has expired as of June 29th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program, and DCR has determined that the applicant has met the minimum equity share requirements. On or about April 22nd, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on May 20th, 2025 and accepted online written input through this date. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. However, DCR did not receive oral nor written testimony for this applicant. The location was not operational when the Compliance and Enforcement Division team attempted to conduct a compliance inspection. Therefore, a compliance inspection will be conducted at a later date when the business is operational. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends that the Commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for item 12.
Vice President Nash, are there any questions from the commissioners?
Commissioner Farmy, for the staff, considering this is non-operational and there's been no inspection, what is the implications of this license to be approved? And there was findings around violations once the inspection happened.
So for the purposes of this hearing, this is a phase 3 retail room 2 applicant. We issued them temporary approval, so they did have the ability to operate. They have not made the transition to a state annual license, and their state provisional license expired in June. They have not either refiled for a new state license or been able to make the transition to a state annual license. Because of the dual licensing nature between the city and the state, they do need to have both licenses in order to operate. Once this body takes an action, either by approving the department's recommendations, which allows us to file a notice of exemption, which is what we were recommending, or takes an action to deny the application, that adds finality to the local license. For the state's annual license process, they do require a final CEQA document in order to issue a license. So they would not have that at this point. And then in terms of operations, not every business that comes before you, especially our phase 3 retail round 2 social equity applicants, these are folks that came into our process later, have the authority to operate either because they lack a local permit or they lack a state permit.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it.
Vice President Nash, any other questions for the department?
So just so I understand this, Commissioner Bierman, they need the CEQA exemption, a finding from this body in order to get their state license.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Kleen. The state has 2 pathways for our social equity businesses that are retailers to go down. One is a provisional license that only requires a status of local compliance underway. and a notification that we are doing our CEQA analysis. They did have that license with the state. Unfortunately, that license did expire in June of 2025. For the full annual license, the state does require a final environmental document, which may be a notice of exemption or other type of environmental document. As part of our recommendations in this report, we did determine that we believe that this project qualifies for a categorical exemption. And if this body agrees with that finding, we would file it with our county clerk and then file it with the state after an action is taken.
Understood, thanks. Commissioner Beer, I just have one more question. I'm assuming maybe it's not correct, but is it the same sort of management or ownership as the previous item number? I noticed they're both Ghost Management Retail. One is Ghost Management Retail LLC, one is Ghost Management Retail 1 LLC. Is that right?
Is Colleen Assistant Executive Director? Yes, they do have the same ownership.
So they too are probably not here today.
The public speaker that we received for this item was the same as the prior item. So unless they've come into attendance recently, they may not be here.
Understood. Nothing further.
Yeah, this is Vice President Nash. If there's no further questions for the department, we will open up the applicant presentation and ask if there are any representatives of the applicant in attendance today.
Vice President Nash, we did not receive a speaker card for this applicant.
It's Vice President Nash. Hearing that and seeing no one approaching the podium, let's move on to deliberations. Okay. In light of our decision on the prior one, is there a motion on this one?
Yes, sir. Item number 12. DCR Core Record number 320007. The applicant is Ghost Management Retail 1 LLC. The business premises is located at 102-108 South Pacific Avenue. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation stated in the report.
It's Vice President Nash. Is there a second?
Commissioner Bierman, I will second.
Mr. Treviso, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farnby?
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman?
Aye.
Vice President Nash?
Aye.
The motion passes.
This is Vice President Nash. Thank you. The time is now 4:25 and we are going to take a recess until 5:25 or 4:55, and the meeting will be adjourned until that time.
We may resume.
This is Vice President Nash. The time is now 5:02 and we are resuming the meeting. Before I address the additional applications before us, I want to reopen item number 3 to make an additional future agenda request. Ms. Teresa, that doesn't need to be done by motion, does it? To reopen?
No.
The future agenda item that I want to request is to ask the department to invite the criminal unit of the city attorney's office to attend one of our commission meetings as soon as possible to discuss their policies and practices towards enforcement against cannabis related crimes, and especially tools they may have available to address the problem of multiple offenses by the same alleged illegal operators popping up in different locations. So if we could have them attend, that would be fantastic. Moving on now to item number 13, DCR Core Record number 100024. The applicant is Ash Moon Inc. to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7051 West Santa Monica Boulevard, Unit B. Ms. Teresa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not receive a community impact statement.
Vice President Nash, thank you. At this time, then we will hear from department staff.
Good evening, licensing analyst Megan Blum here, presenting item number 13 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 100024 is associated with Ash Moon Inc. This applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 7051 West Santa Monica Boulevard, Unit B in the Hollywood Community Plan area within Council District 13. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 16th, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant possessed a state license to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is expired as of June 3rd of this year, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about June 27, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on May 29, 2025, and accepted online written input through the state. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. The oral and written comments provided by the public were in support of the annual licensure. Both testimonies provided were from business representatives who stated their commitment to being an industry leader, who actively supports social equity initiatives and follows city regulations and timely pays business taxes. The licensee has passed the compliance inspection for the location, and there are no outstanding items. Based on the department's analysis, this proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends that the Commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for item 13.
This is Vice President Nash. Commissioners, are there any questions for the department? Seeing none, we will move on to the applicant's presentation. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you. I'm Jesse Grundy. I'm the CEO of Ash Moon Inc. And I'd like to thank everybody to having the opportunity to speak today. I came into the industry a long time ago as an operator in the California cannabis space. I was one of the first license holders in the Oakland Social Equity Program. I launched my first brand, Peaks, out of Oakland, California in 2019 with no capital, just vision, culture, and hustle. And even after the success, I still found my way back in the industry. This time, being the CEO of Hollywood High Grade. Yuri, the owner, messaged me and asked me to come on board. He believed in my mission. He saw what I had built before, and he asked me to help steer this business into a new chapter, legally, equitable, and with a purpose. Hollywood High Grade has been around since the early 2010s, and it's a legacy dispensary. We've been operating in the neighborhood since pre-ICO days and going back into the early 2010s before social media, brand deals, and before statewide legalization. The only reason we're here today going through this process is because of a late application submission. That's it. No type of shutdowns, raids, complaints from the neighborhood, just a late submission. Right now, we have a great opportunity in our neighborhood to service the new operations, a Tesla diner that just opened up next to us. And we just want to make sure we can provide these type of businesses in LA with great cannabis, lab tested, make sure they're not going to illicit dealers. And we also think that it's pretty cool that like somebody like Elon Musk is right next to us and they could come over to a shop like us that's owned by a Black CEO. So yes, we plan on hiring locally, curating inclusive brands, having community partnerships, and have transparency and accountability. So what we're asking for today and hoping for is to get approval so we can continue with our annual license. We plan to remain fully compliant, to hire and spend locally, to support equity and community programming, and to be a long-term positive and professional presence in this part of Los Angeles. Thank you, guys.
This Vice President Nash, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? This Vice President Nash, I wanted to ask you about your experience with illegal dispensaries. What can you tell me about your experience?
I've been doing this side for a little bit, and I haven't really too much, but for the most part, they're usually, like you guys were talking about earlier, they're usually liquor stores, convenience stores, smoke shops, well, mainly smoke shops in particularly. So that's really my only experience. So yeah, they're not, luckily, like we have kind of a expensive area, so you don't really see that much in our surrounding areas, but like downtown and stuff, you definitely see that type of stuff.
Understood. And do you know who your lead officer is?
I've been talking to Miss Danica Ballard. I don't know if she's our lead, but I know that's who I've been dealing with the environmental process with.
Okay. I would just encourage you to find out who it is and develop a relationship. And if any problems do arise, like Officer Boyle said, and I've had a personal experience with this as well, that is who you go to. You know, that is a very, very good contact for you. So I hope maybe you'll look into that.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Let's move on to deliberations, if any. All right, is there a motion?
Commissioner Farnaby. Item number 13, DCR Core Record number 100024. Applicant Ash Moon Incorporated. The business premise is at 7051 West Santa Monica Boulevard, Unit B. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation stated in the report.
Vice President Nash, is there a second?
It's Commissioner Bierman, I'll second.
Ms. Teresa, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farnaby?
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman?
Aye.
Vice President Nash?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Moving on to item number 14. DCR Core Record number 320104. The applicant is Green Label RX, Echo Park LLC. to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1858 North Echo Park Avenue. Ms. Teresa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we did not receive a community impact statement.
Ms. Vice President Nash, then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Licensing Analyst Megan Bloom here to present item number 14 for DCR. DCR Core Record Number 320104 is associated with Green Label RX Echo Park LLC. This applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 1858 North Echo Park Avenue in the Silver Lake Echo Park Elysian Valley Community Plan area within Council District 13. The applicant does not yet have temporary approval by DCR. They have completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant possesses a state license to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through July 9th of 2026. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program, and DCR has determined that the applicant has met the minimum equity share requirements. On or about May 9th, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on May 29th, 2025, and accepted online written input through this date. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. Testimonies provided by community members in regards to this license application were mixed. Several residents expressed concern about the location not being a good fit for the families of the community and worry about increased crime that a highly cash business would bring in the area with recent gang violence. Others expressed concerns about traffic, parking, and property values. Those in support of the license expressed gratitude for a walkable dispensary for the elderly and disabled in an area who seek medical benefits of cannabis products, especially with other businesses nearby that are not child appropriate, that won't have the level of security and limited access that dispensaries are required to. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends that the Commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for item 14.
This is Vice President Nash. Do any of the commissioners have questions for the department? Hearing none, we will move on to the applicant's presentation. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? And then please state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jason McKnight, owner-operator of Green Label RX, a vertically integrated cannabis company here in the state of California. We operate cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, and retail. And we built our own brand from the ground up. We are a small legacy family-run business, just myself and my wife. And I'm also a proud third-generation Angelino and a social equity licensee. I spent over 2 decades in the cannabis industry dating back to Prop 215. And the past 3 years have been dedicated to opening our location in Echo Park. During that time, we paid rent, complied with every requirement the DCR has asked of us to secure this license. Today, I respectfully ask for your support in awarding our annual license so we can begin operating and contributing to the community in a positive and responsible way. Thank you.
Vice President Nash, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? There are none. And then I'll just ask you, what's your experience been with the illegal operators?
They're everywhere.
Okay. And do you know who your lead officer is in your area?
I do. Let me tell you the name.
No, I don't need to know.
Yes, yeah, we've been in contact. My wife handles that for the most part, and she's been in contact with everyone locally and the the people that we're supposed to contact. Yes.
This Vice President Nash, good. When you open, I'm sure that that will be an excellent resource for you and will help you protect your business.
100%.
Thank you. Any deliberations? As there are none, is there a motion?
Commissioner Farnby. Item number 14, DCR Core Record number 320104. Green Lab RX Echo Park LLC. The applicant and the business premise is 1858 North Echo Park Avenue. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated.
This Vice President Nash, is there a second?
It's Commissioner Bierman, I'll second.
Ms. Teresa, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
This Vice President Nash, moving on to item number 16.
Can I say thank you to everyone, especially DCR, for everything that they've done up to this point? This has been a journey for us. We've been fighting for years, and today is a big day. So thank you, Jason. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. This Vice President Nash, moving on to item number 16, DCR Core Record number 320041. The applicant is G Dope Mates LA to approve an annual license for storefront retail cannabis, commercial cannabis activity located at 11040 West Santa Monica Boulevard, Suite 100. Ms. Teresa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we did not receive a community impact statement.
That's Vice President Nash. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Licensing Analyst Megan Blum, presenting item number 16 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 320041 is associated with Dope Mates LA. The applicant seeks an annual license for type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 11040 West Santa Monica Boulevard, Suite 100, in the West Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 5. The applicant does not yet have temporary approval with DCR. The applicant currently possesses a state license to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through May 29th, 2026. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program, and DCR has determined that the applicant has met the minimum equity share requirements. On or about May 9th, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on May 29th, 2025, and accepted online written input through this date. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR received one public written testimony against the application from a close residential neighbor who argues the area is overly saturated with cannabis dispensaries. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends that the Commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for item 16.
Ms. Vice President Nash, are there any questions for the department? Having no questions, let's proceed to the applicant's presentation. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you. Sorry. My name is Raheem Samadian, and I'm the owner and operator at Dope Mates. So we were lucky enough to win the lottery in phase 3, round 2. This location is located in on Santa Monica Boulevard, close to Pershing Square, which is something special to me. I come from a Persian background, so this is a neighborhood where we want to put our best foot forward and not only represent cannabis in a great light, but show that somebody from the culture from which the neighborhood is deeply rooted into the neighborhood. I'm looking to move into the neighborhood also. Is there to just provide good license, clean. Just going back towards like there was a few locations that were close to us that were unlicensed that were recently closed. So I want to thank. I know the officer is not here right now, but they did close a couple locations recently. So once we do open, we see a great path to building a relationship with everybody in the neighborhood. I've been in contact with Terry Tippett, which she's the neighborhood council lead in our neighborhood, and she has all my information. We've been trying to come up with the plans to kind of clean up around there. And once we're operating, I gave her a whole plan of what we're implementing and how we can bring the neighborhood closer and not, change what people think of cannabis operations. Our location is about 700 square feet, so it's not really big. As far as like people loitering and hanging around, we have a whole plan for our security system and our security team to make sure there's nobody hanging around. We don't have back alleys. We don't have anything that would really be a nuisance to the neighborhood. We're located on Santa Monica Boulevard, so it's something that we really want to make sure that there's nobody hanging around, no loitering, and this business is me. I'm not the social equity, but my partner, he's a social equity applicant. I've known him over 10 years and before any social equity licensing. So it's just me and him doing this. And we're looking forward to getting approval from you guys today to keep moving ahead and being an operative business in the community. I appreciate your time.
This is Vice President Ash. Thank you for your presentation and thank you for mentioning what you've seen in regards to the illegal activity and the good news and that at least a few have been closed. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Seeing none, are there any deliberations? Yeah. Okay, no issues from the commissioners. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Farnaby. Item number 16. DCR Core Record 320041. The applicant is Dopemates LA. The business premise is located at 11040 West Santa Monica Boulevard, Suite 100. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation stated in the report.
This is Vice President Ash. Do we have a second?
It's Commissioner Bierman. I'll second.
Ms. Teresa, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farnaby.
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman.
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you so much. And just to piggyback off the last person, thank you, Jason. He even emailed me last night, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. He's very on top of everything. I really appreciate everybody at DCR and for what they do for social equity people. Thank you so much.
This is Vice President Ash. Thank you and good luck. Moving on to item number 17, DCR Core Record number 320022. The applicant is Mecca Hospitality Group, LLC, to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 6609 Santa Monica Boulevard, Suite A. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we did not receive a community impact statement.
Thank you. This is Vice President Nash. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Licensing Analyst Megan Blum presenting item number 17 for DCR. DCR Core Record number 320022 is associated with Mecca Hospitality Group LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. It is located at 6609 Santa Monica Boulevard, Suite A in the Hollywood Community Plan area within Council District 13. The applicant has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR. The applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state license to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through May 29th of 2026. This applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program, and DCR has determined that the applicant has met the minimum equity share requirements. On or about May 9th, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on May 29th, 2025, and accepted online written input through this date. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR did not receive any oral nor written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine that this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends that the Commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for item 17.
Vice President Nash, are there any questions for the department? Hearing none, let's have the applicant's presentation. With the applicant, please approach the podium. Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone. You'll have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good afternoon. Well, good afternoon. My name is Steve Weber. I'm a partner of Mecca Dispensaries and Mecca Products. Mecca Hospitality Group consists of myself, Noel France, the owner of a pre-ICO female-owned dispensary, Mecca Mid-City, and our social equity partner, Emily Abash. Mecca has a storefront in the city of Los Angeles, another one under construction in the city of Bell Gardens, and manufacturing distribution as well. While we've had the privilege of serving over hundreds of thousands of customers since opening in 2012, our focus has always been on quality over quantity. Maintaining fewer locations has allowed us to build a strong foundation, perfect operations, and provide exceptional service and products while maintaining strict compliance. Now, with over a decade of experience, we're excited to expand thoughtfully and bring the same level of care and expertise to the community. Safety and security has always been our top priority. Our comprehensive security plan integrates multiple layers of protection, balancing technology, trained personnel, and robust physical design. Mecca has always been committed to proactive community partner, always being an anchor and economic activity, excuse me, in the neighborhood. Our customers have always supported local businesses, and we understand that the city has its own budget limitations. We have an environmental review, payment due at the end of the month. If there are any options for deferment or financial assistance that would allow us to move forward with opening. That's why we respectfully request license approval.
Vice President Ash, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners?
You know, it's Commissioner Farnby. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Can you share with us any aspects that you have utilized in the social equity program?
Um, well, we've been going to the events and we're getting some help, being that we're already operators, so it makes it a lot easier with kind of navigating the system and kind of, not falling into the same pitfalls that we've fallen already. So those are some expensive mistakes that we were able to get around with this location.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Bierman. For my own knowledge, can you explain what you were referring to about the environmental assessment and hoping to get support with that?
There's an environmental review payment due. So there's a payment due on that. We've put in for, help with that, but they said they've already, allocated all the funds already for that. So we are just seeing if there's any other way to get it deferred or, any other help with that, being that we are self-funded.
Got it. Thanks for explaining that.
This is Vice President Nash. I was just going to ask you if you have had any experience with illegal shops, and if you have, if you could let us know what your experience has been.
We've been in contact with our local officer. They're prominent everywhere. Seems like every smoke shop, and they're green crosses throughout. And I'm very much going through the neighborhood looking, and they're not on the licensed shop list. So it's one of those things that's definitely a problem. It's going from over 40% taxes to the customers to 0. It's kind of hard to compete with that margin.
It's Vice President Nash, understood. Thank you. And I would just encourage you to continue to, report them and do your best that you can do to contribute to the efforts to shut them down. Thank you. We'll move on to deliberations, if any. Hearing none, is there a motion?
It's Commissioner Farnby. Item number 17, DCR Core Record number 320022. The applicant is Mecca Hospitality Group, LLC. The business premise is located at 6609 Santa Monica Boulevard, Suite A. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation stated in the report.
It's Vice President Nash. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Bierman, second.
Ms. Teresa, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farnby. Commissioner Bierman.
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate you guys.
Thank you. This is Vice President Nash. Moving on to number 19, DCR Core Record number 310167. The applicant is Sol Holdings, LLC, to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 1804 South Pacific Avenue. Ms. Teresa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we did not receive a community impact statement.
Vice President Nash, at this time, we'll hear from the department.
Licensing analyst Megan Blum here, presenting item number 19 for DCR. DCR Core Record number 310167 is associated with Sal Holdings, LLC. This applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. This business is located at 1804 South Pacific Avenue in the San Pedro Community Plan area within Council District 15. This applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of July 17th, 2025. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state license to conduct retail with on-site sales, which is active through March 20th of 2026. The applicant is subject to requirements of LMC Section 10420 for the social equity program, and DCR has determined that the applicant has met the minimum equity share requirements. On or about June 4th, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on June 17th, 2025, and accepted online written input through this date. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. One community member expressed concern about property values and the youth in the area and an elementary school 1,500 feet away. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends that the Commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
It's Vice President Nash. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Hearing none, we will go forward with the applicant's presentation. I see you are there. Will you please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant? Please speak directly into the microphone. You'll have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Okay, my name is Justin. Thank you very much for your time. I'm one of the partners in
excuse me, this is Vice President Nash. Can you say your last name as well?
Justin Palmore.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm one of the partners. I'm also a social equity myself. We've basically been in the business since about 2006. And one of our main focuses is helping the people in the community. Even in San Pedro, we've made sure that we've hired locally. We make sure that we empower the community in any way that we can, giveaways, giving out food, backpacks, etc. And we've have a full surveillance system with security guards to basically keep it safe. And once again, like I said, we're hiring locally, so we promote from within. So we're just making sure that all the residents in San Pedro not only know about us. We went up to the city. Well, it's not the city hall, but the local branch down there, invited them over. We have free food for anyone in the community. And we're really becoming a staple in the community because of all the charitable things that we're doing and employing, and the educational part of what we're doing to the consumers to make sure that they know and just having the best customer service, which improves the community and how everyone feels. So we really, 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 really ask you to please approve our request for annual, because we look forward to being in business a very long time, opening up more stores in Los Angeles, which also gives more tax dollars. And even me being a social equity, it's a story of empowerment and success of you guys' program. That's it.
Thank you very much. It's Vice President Nash. Any questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Farnby. Do you have any other shops?
I'm glad you asked. Yes, we have one in Santa Monica. We have one that we're opening soon in Chadsworth and Robertson. We just have to finalize a couple things, but yes, we do.
Yeah. All of those are retail. This is Commissioner Farnby. All retail?
Yes.
Okay, great.
And we're getting into the manufacturing and other elements as well, so we could be more vertically integrated. Because, you know, even how people say the problem with the shops, another problem is that we have to transition the customers. And the way to transition the customers is through customer service. It's 3 reasons why some doesn't sell. 1, it's a bad product. 2, it's not in stores. And 3, no one knows it's in stores. So by us evangelizing, we're letting people know about the store, and then we're letting people know about the store and the products in the store. It's helping convert them from the other shops into this shop, because it's all about education. It's all about price points. And that's why we want to get the vertical integration, but it's all about, it's the sizzle that sells the steak. It's how you talk to the consumer to let them know that this product is tested. And what we've come to find out is the more education people have, the more they make a better informed decision.
Yeah. And then can you share with us any of the any aspects that you've utilized in a social equity program?
What aspects of it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm a social equity. So me being involved is a proof of the program working. And I've taking advantage of the education that I've been given, the resources, the information. And even now, you know, I'm supposed to be out of town, but I wanted to make sure that I came here to give my story and know that the program does work if it's used correctly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Bierman. I just had one question. We heard about one of the community members talking about a elementary school that's in the vicinity, and I just wonder, you had mentioned the security plan, and I don't know if you all have thought about like sort of interaction model or anything with respect to kids that might be like passing by, how security interfaces with them or anything like that.
Well, I'm glad you asked. Like I was over there 2 days ago from open to close. I personally didn't see any elementary kids walking, and elementary kids 8 times out of 10 probably would be, driven there by their parents. We haven't seen any people underage. There are probably some people that walk by, but our security is definitely on deck and attentive, making sure that everyone coming in is following proper rules and regulations. So we definitely haven't encountered that yet, but now that you said that, it's definitely something we'll make sure we tell the security about and make sure we keep on deck about, but we haven't experienced that at all.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank
you. This is Vice President Nash. The commission received some, it was what is called a submission, which is information provided to the commission. And there was some information indicating that an activity, a burrito sales activity might attract people that are underage for purchasing cannabis. And so I just want to make you aware of the viewpoints that are out there and make sure that you consider whether or not certain activities will attract underage people. And then I also want to give you the opportunity to express a little bit more about how serious you take, not selling cannabis to minors, not trying to attempt to attract minors to your business.
Okay, I'm glad you asked. And what is we also have a restaurant we're partnered with called Taste Buds, and we have a thing called the Los Angeles Scallop Burrito, and we were going to make a San Pedro Scallop Burrito, and that was only for people that purchased from the store. We were just going to give them food. So to purchase from the store, you have to be of legal age in the first place. So there's no way that we would attract, well, they might be attracted because of the food smelling so good, but there's no way that we would sell to anyone underage because we have a strict process of when they check in, their IDs are verified and confirmed. And and once they made the purchase, they would have received a taste bud ticket, kind of like Willy Wonka. And then they would have received a free burrito from our partners. So we can guarantee that there was never been any underage sales because nobody underage will be able to even get into our premises. So we were just doing that, and we offered the city food because we thought that it was a good way to show that we are for the community, and it's offering food because food is nourishment for people. So we were just offering that to them because we really appreciate the opportunity that we were given to open up. So it was just our way of giving back to the community, free food for people of legal age that purchased with the Taste Bud Golden tickets. So,
Mr. Vice President Nash, thank you for that response. And then the only thing I'll mention is that you have a relationship with the community, and members of the community are going to be your customers. And so it'd be in your best interest to make sure that you continue to reach out to the community and hear any issues that they have and take them into consideration as you continue your business.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mr. Vice President Nash, is there anything else from the commissioners? Any deliberations? This is Vice President Nash. I just want to mention that we have received some submissions on this item and some of the prior items, and some of them are from stakeholders, some of them are from council members. And I would just want to mention that Commission appreciates receiving them, and we take them seriously, and we consider the information contained in there. And if there was ever anything in there that would require us to deny an application based on that, we would, it's within the rules, do so. And so, again, we take them seriously and appreciate them. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Farmby. Item number 19, DCR Core Record 310167. The applicant is Sal Holdings, LLC. The business premise is located at 1804 South Pacific Avenue. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendations stated.
This Vice President Nash, is there a second?
Yes, Commissioner Bierman, I'll second.
Ms. Trezo, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 20, DCR Core Record number 310003. Applicant is Pineapple Venice Inc. to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 8707 Venice Boulevard. Ms. Trezo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we did not receive a community impact statement.
This Vice President Nash, at this time, we'll hear from the department staff.
Licensing Analyst Megan Blum here, presenting item number 20 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310003 is associated with Pineapple Venice Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 8707 Venice Boulevard in the West Adams, Baldwin Hills, Lima County Community Plan area within Council District 10. The applicant has yet to be issued temporary approval by DCR. The applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state license to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 26th of 2026. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program, and DCR has determined that the applicant has met the minimum equity share requirements. On or about May 9th, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on May 29th, 2025, and accepted online written input through this date. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. However, DCR did not receive any oral nor written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends that the Commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for item number 20.
This Vice President Nash, are there any questions of the department from the Commissioner? Hearing none, we will move on to the applicant's presentation.
Vice President Nash, we did not receive a speaker card from the applicant.
Vice President Nash, thank you. I'd like to ask the department, have they heard anything about the applicant's appearance today?
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. The applicant did respond and say they were going to have a representative present. I am not aware of any reason why the applicant's representative would not be present.
Vice President Nash, thank you. In that case, let's move on to deliberation. This Vice President Nash, I guess my primary point would be, do we have any questions for the applicant that would prevent us from approving the application without them appearing?
This is Commissioner Farmbee. I don't see any concerns or issues or violation with this applicant. And hearing from the staff on this matter, I don't see any concerns.
Okay, no issues having been raised. Is there a motion?
It's Commissioner Farmbee. Item number 20. DCR Core Record number 310003. The applicant is Pineapple Venice Incorporated. The business premise is located at 8707 Venice Boulevard. I make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation stated in the report.
This is Vice President Nash. Is there a second?
It's Commissioner Bierman, and I'll second.
Ms. Teresa, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Farmbee, Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
This is Vice President Nash. Moving on to item number 25, DCR Core Record number 310242. The applicant is Irie Vibes Inc. to approve an annual license for storefront retail cannabis, commercial cannabis activity located at 650 North Broad Avenue, Unit B. Ms. Teresa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we did not receive a community impact statement.
This is Vice President Nash. Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Licensing Analyst Megan Blum here, presenting item number 25 to the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310242 is associated with Irie Vibes Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. It is located at 650 North Broad Avenue, Unit B in the Wilmington Harbor City Community Plan Area within Council District 8. The applicant has yet to be issued temporary approval by DCR, but has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LMC Section 10406. The applicant does not currently possess a state provisional license to conduct retail with on-site sales. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program, and DCR has determined that they have met the minimum equity share requirements. On or about June 27, 2025, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on July 22nd, 2025, and accepted online written input through this date. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. However, DCR did not receive any oral nor any written testimony for this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. Therefore, DCR recommends that the Commission adopt the recommendations included in the department staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for item 25.
This is Vice President Nash. Are there any questions for the department? Hearing none, let's move on to the applicant's presentation. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. Please speak directly into the microphone. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Tony Rumford. I am the social equity holder. This has been a long journey for me and my wife. We started in 2016 when we had to spend our life savings to hold the store open first before we even was able to get a approval for our license. So we spent $300,000 of our life savings, just to obtain this license. We've had it since 2019, and we still haven't opened the store. We've been through the COVID. We've been through the redistricting where you only could do it in one district, and then they got denied in several places because of wasn't enough room in that district. And they opened it up to the citywide. That was great. We were able to finally get a store location. This journey has been long. This is my wife here and Connor. We finally got everything together and found the right business partners. We are trying to do something new in this realms of cannabis. We're trying to open the first fully automated cannabis dispensary. Also dealing with the new technology. AI is a little in it, but not much. And we're here today. That's representing iRevives, and I hope that just come together. It's been a long journey, and we're hoping that we can obtain our license today. I have my partner here, Tim Island, who's going to do a presentation for us, and my wife, Lynn.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you, everybody here at the council, the whole commissioning team. We're so grateful. So, Tony and Lynn, I was honored to become partners with them. We believed in them. They believed in us. And we know that when we open this business, we are going to have an amazing impact. Not just an impact, serving the community, with services as a dispensary, but outside of that as well. So we wanted to take a moment to kind of talk about some of our visions. So obviously, by opening our business, some of the immediate impacts is we are going to be hiring locally. There's going to be jobs. There's going to be tax revenue for obviously the regulators. By our business being in that area, we're going to be supporting all the local vendors. We plan to invest back in the community. We already are doing it, which we'll talk about next. And then this business being granted is a huge, testimony to the program. You say that there's this social equity opportunity, and approving us would, basically show that there are new people, new heroes, and new social equity candidates continue to come up successfully through the program. A big vision for us that we think is so important is that by us being open in the neighborhood, we really are a safer, smarter alternative to the legal market. We can see that's a trend topic that keeps coming up. And by the way that we're going to run our business with strict security and oversight, the lab tested products, it really does impact the neighborhood as far as relieving some pressure on law enforcement as far as it being fully illicit. Now there's obviously the legal ones trying to do the right thing so we can displace the unlicensed operators. So I wanted to go ahead and introduce Lynn. She's going to talk a little bit more about what we're doing, and she would love to close it for us.
Thank you so much. We're so honored to be here today. My name is Lynn Connor. I'm an owner of iRevives DBA Green Stop US. So we want to be a community voice. We want to be held accountable. We are strict about being in compliance. We clean up the neighborhood. We plan on giving back to our community and having events to serve our community. Wilmington happens to be heavily ridden with homeless, and we've been passing out water and supplies and asking them what are their needs in the community, because we're not coming to just make money. I happen to be a first generation Angelino raised by a single mother. And so I'm happy and proud to be a female in this cannabis business. So here you have a few photographs of us going out in the community and them really expressing their needs. While we can't give them housing at this time, we haven't opened our doors. It has been a long road to this day. We humbly ask that you grant our application, and thank you so very much for your time.
Mr. Vice President Ash, thank you. I have a couple of questions. I think I heard that you said you're trying to be a fully automated dispensary, and I was wondering what that means.
Yes, sir. Here's the inventor.
That was a great question. Yeah, so we, Green Stop is the DBA name, and the partners with iRevive. We are one of the leaders in automation. Some of the technology that we created is fully compliant, but we're just going to add automation to these businesses to make them more efficient, make it a world-class experience for customers, but also just more efficient for business owners.
Mr. Vice President Nash, I've been to Sweet Greens, which is a salad restaurant, and they have automation equipment. You can see, and I think they push a button based on what the customer orders, and arugula or iceberg lettuce comes in. Is that what we're looking at?
Different variations of that. Automation's coming everywhere. If I go to Popeye's Chicken, no one would even serve me anymore. They make me literally type in the kiosk now, and automation's just kind of come into everything. So we do it in a very compliant nature. There's, security guards there, there's agents at the business, but we're using software, hardware to basically just streamline and make the business more efficient.
This vice.
Let me add that not only will everyone have age verification before they even are able to enter our facility, but our kiosk machines also, you must show your ID in order to collect your product. So we're very harsh on age verification. And this should be able to cut down any soliciting outside and any loitering, because it's an in and out. Come in, pick what you want. A lot of people are creatures of habit. You know what you want. You come in, you pick it, or you can order it in advance, but you still have to show your ID. You come in, get what you want, and leave. So hopefully we're hoping that this has a quick turnover, not a lot of in time in the store.
This Vice President, thank you. And I'm not trying to browbeat you or anything. I'm just curious because I think it's an interesting idea. So is the automation more in the form of the customer comes in and instead of interacting with a bud tender, they would interact with an iPad or some kind of device and choose their products that way?
Correct. A mix, because some customers do want to interact with the bud. So the bud tender is there, but there is the opportunity, yes.
Understood. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, Commissioner Farmby. How you doing? When is your expectations around when you will open?
Expectations of what?
Or when you're opening?
ETA?
As soon as you guys say yes.
As soon as we're approved, and then the state, obviously, we have to send this to the state, the CEQA requirement that they asked to prove that we're exempt, which we believe after we're approved by y'all, that would settle that.
No, I get that part. Sorry, this Commissioner Farmby. No, I understand that. I'm saying, what is your expected time? When do you expect to actually open?
We would love to be open end of September, early October, the latest, if possible.
I do have one question. CEQA, since we're exempt, does this waive that environmental fee that was just imposed on us?
This Vice President Ash, you'd have to ask that question to the department. I think the answer is no, but you'd have to ask that to the department.
I see. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Yes, Anton Farmby. Have you all used or utilized any aspects of social equity program?
One more time. I'm sorry about that, sir.
The social equity program.
Well, we've been assigned an analyst and we've been attending the afternoons with Jason Killiam and trying to get as much help as we can.
We've been on this journey since 2019. The COVID and everything hit us, and it kind of threw people out of the first 300 out of sequence with the Department of Cannabis, because y'all wouldn't answer the phones or even doing that for almost a year and a half. And so everything got kind of twisted, but I am the social equity. I lived in the neighborhood for 41 years, and I actually went to jail at Fremont High for smoking a joint. And so I qualified on both phases. I had 3 years probation, and hey, it still turned out all right. But yeah, I am a victim of that war on drugs in my 90001 neighborhood. So I know all about being social equity guy.
So from my recollection, we have received at least one waiver through social equity. We're asking and requesting for more. I think during this process, we were made a lot of promises that weren't absolutely fulfilled. But we're here to ask that you grant our license today, and we hope that you continue to help social candidates like us. It's been a long time coming. And we still don't have our doors open. We still haven't been able to earn one dime, and we still have to spend a lot of money to get our doors open.
Every month. Great, thank you, Commissioner Farmy. Just for the record, I wasn't, the intent of my question was not to question your status of social equity. It was basically asking how have you utilized the program around the low pro bono, the low pro bono, the trainings, all of those different components of the social equity program. That was the question. It wasn't to question your status at all. So I just want to put that for the record.
Anything available to us, we would love to utilize it more. Thank you.
And this is Vice President Nash. And I'm just going to make the same recommendation to you that I've been trying to make to everybody else. Get to know your lead officer. Get their assistance in closing down any illegal shops that may now or in the future impact your business. And assuming that we are going to vote and approve you, we would wish you the best. And you've had a very difficult road, and wish you good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Any deliberations? No. All right, is there a motion?
Yes. You all been waiting for this moment. Item number 25, DCR Core Record 310242. The applicant is Irie Vibes Incorporated. The business premise is located at 650 North Broad Avenue, Unit B. I move a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated in the report.
This is Vice President Nash. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Bierman. I will second.
Ms. Trezo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby. Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. This is Vice President Nash. That appears to be the end of our agenda today. The time is 6:09 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned.